Alright, today we're just doing another keeping stream like yesterday, and we're trying to reach affiliate, and we should be able to get there by tomorrow. And right now I'm just preparing what we're going to take down to the pasture today. Okay, we have grain for Stompy, grapes for Stompy, and then carrots for the donkeys and Sarah. Everyone's already been checked on today, so we know everyone's doing good. And goats are going to be annoying because they're probably going to figure out here in a minute that I have a giant bowl of grain. That's okay. Horse, for you. Yesterday, we threw away some of Stompy's old grain and put it in the dumpster in a bag, and Sarah found it in the dumpster and was eating it out of the dumpster for whatever reason. Okay. Stompy. And I somehow managed to make it in here with a bowl full of grain and not let in 2 goats and a Sarah. We're going to see if we can get Stompy to follow us with the grapes. We've been working on, what is it? We've been trying to find a motivator for her, and for a while she would be motivated by something for one day, and then the next she just wouldn't be interested at all. So, but I think we figured it out that she was just not hungry at the time we were working with her. So we started working with her in the mornings. And right now we're just offering grapes and seeing if she'll follow us for grapes. We don't have any targets or anything for her currently. No. She's following us, but she's spit out the 2 grapes we've given her. I think the donkeys might also join us for this walk. Stompy, walk. She also spit out that one. And that one. She keeps spitting them out. Stompy. You want to come see? Serrano wants to come see what I have. Good morning. Not interested in the grapes today. These are a little older, so if we come back in here later, we can offer her some of the newer grapes. But she also did just eat a ton of grain, which might be why she's not that hungry. Since we have the donkey's attention, we can just kind of do what we did yesterday. I don't think I'm going to be able to do much with them with the backpack and the phone. Stumpy doesn't really like her alfalfa pellets. We gave her alfalfa pellets because her grain got wet, so we introduced alfalfa pellets and like game grain while we were waiting for a new shipment to come in. But she very much does not like the alfalfa pellets. Donkeys. I'm gonna put y'all somewhere, putting my phone in my pocket for now, so I'm not gonna be able to see chat, but I really would like to work with Jalapeno a little bit today. Like I said yesterday, it's a little difficult to work with Jalapeno just because Serrano has gotten pretty good about being comfortable around us, whereas Jalapeno is still a little uncomfortable to take grain and just be around. So we think part of the reason why he hasn't become as comfortable is because he has some vision problems. He just seems to spook a little more easily, and then when he goes to grab grain from your hands, he sometimes, well, right now isn't a good example just because of like how close he is. But if you're offering him something from your hand, sometimes he'll just completely miss your hand, like kind of in a way that I've not really seen any other equines do. It could just be a nervous thing, but so he's still pretty uncomfortable. He like stretches himself out a lot to get grain from your hand, but that's a really good way to get bit. So I've just been working on trying to get him to take it normally, so when he takes food from my hand, I push his head back so that he has to use his upper lip to scoop it into his mouth and not his teeth, because he's unintentionally got me with his teeth a few times and it doesn't feel good. Good morning. Serrano takes it so politely. But also, I don't know if I can show you a good example since they're so close to one another right now. That might freak him out, but you can move him. Like, see when I'm right here, he'll move his back feet. But Jalapeno, he doesn't. Well, Well, now he's doing it, probably because he knows I have grain. But if you're farther away from him, it's like he doesn't realize you're there. I don't have a good example today because they know I have grain, so they're just right here. That, and then, so since he stretches out and since I put my hand back towards him, kind of puts my hand in his bubble, but still in a positive way because he's getting grain. He's still a little, not very comfortable with touching. He's made a lot of progress the last few days. Like, usually he would just, like, if you put your hand out and you didn't have grain in there, he'd, like, sniff it and then get freaked out. But this is pretty good. Serrano's, like, right here, very much in my bubble, which when he becomes more comfortable, that's something we're gonna have to work on, but for now that's okay, because if he's comfortable in my bubble currently, that means we've done some work. Jalapeno is not a huge fan of Stompy. Let me see if I can get Stompy to come back over here. Stompy? Excuse me. You need back up. Back. Stompy! It's like anytime you want to do anything with her, like it has to be her idea to come and interact with you. See? Isn't that so good? Come here. Not you. Very nice, but not you. Okay. She's apparently not interested. Okay. I've been working a lot on like my behavior around the donkeys because we don't realize how much of a predator we act around prey animals. So like with horses and donkeys and stuff, if they walk up to one another, they kind of do like a wide circle around one another, and then they like look up and they're like, oh wait, I didn't notice you were there. So it's like they try to look like they unintentionally approach things. They never like approach things from the directly from the front or the side, and I think that's made a little bit of difference. They definitely don't like when you walk straight up to them from far away. Can I touch? Thank you. Not a huge fan of touching. Yesterday they were all muddy and wet, but now they're nice and dry, except Jalapeno, you can tell when he's rolled around in the mud. That was a little too much, but he's still doing pretty good. Stompy's going after my hair again today. I used to have short hair, but I decided to stop cutting it, and now I'm facing the consequences of it. I think she's very interested in long hair because when she was growing up, she was in Maya's house, and Maya didn't have any hair at the time because of the fundraiser, and she lived with a bunch of guys, so I think long hair is just something kind of new to her. But if it keeps her away from the donkey's hind ends right now, that's fine. He's doing pretty good. He's also, when we started kind of forcing his head back, he would also take, well, he just took a step back, but he would take more steps back. He didn't like it, but now it's no biggie. Serrano's very displeased that he's not getting as much as he usually gets. We'll come back and do more with him here in a minute. I am running low on grain. Maybe we can get Jalapeno to a point where he's had enough, and then we can try to halter Serrano maybe. Ooh. Zombie really has no... She's been kicked a few times, but she's still not as wary as she should be behind the donkeys, especially Jalapeno, because Jalapeno will just go after her. This is pretty good. He's not been this comfortable with, like, as blatant touching. We did a little work with him yesterday, but it wasn't quite like this. I don't have many things other than just keeping to do today, so might see if we can come and pull up some of these short cedar trees. Kayla and I have been working on clearing the pasture so that in the spring we can seed the pasture, and so that the pasture has a little more grass for them to chew on and stuff. But to do that, we kind of need to clear out not only like the smaller live cedar trees, but there's all this brush left over from when they were building the pasture. So we've got to go through and clear all of this. We could also muck today. Might as well. They've come a really long ways, but grain definitely helped. We're kind of working on more of like an actual bond and not just them knowing we mean food. More with Serrano. I've been working on him letting me touch his face. To build up to that, I did have to offer him grain just because of how unsure he was about hands and stuff. But I explained this yesterday, but horses don't salivate when they're working, so you can tell when they're thinking because they'll start licking and chewing. And I was scratching Serrano's face one day, and he kind of pushed into it a little bit, and he started licking and chewing. And then anytime I rubbed his face after that, he would push into it a little more, like he's itchy. it'd be really nice once they can be brushed, especially jalapeno. It's going to be one of the most satisfying things watching him go from a gray to a white donkey, but a little ways away from that currently. I've got, I can look at chat now. I do not have a Twitch channel. I think we're going to start trying to stream on the Alveus channel some more, just so y'all can see the behind the scenes and training and all that, because that's fun stuff to see. We did a little bit with jalapeno. Once we get the diets made, we're going to try the halter with Serrano, see how he feels about it today. Last time I got it on him, he didn't seem to mind so much. His main complaint was that I had both of my hands around his face. I don't use Twitch that much, so I haven't changed the settings at all, so sorry. I think on my computer it's dark mode. I'm gonna go give Sarah his grain in a minute. Now we'll do my favorite streamer is Maya. No, it's not Tabasco sauce, it's flaxseed oil. Doesn't do much. It kind of just makes them a little shinier. We got it for Acero, but we give it to the donkeys just to see what it'll do for them. But they don't have clean coats right now because we can't brush them, so we'll see. Acero looks shinier. Horses' coats are so interesting. They can thicken their coat pretty much like overnight. Like I remember when I used to ride horses, you'd go to the barn when it was warm one day, and then it dropped overnight, and then you'd go the next day and they'd be all fluffy. Acero gets really fluffy. We did have a knife down here, and then I put it in my pocket, and now it's gone. Forever. Can't. There we go. Okay. The donkeys get 12, or the pasture gets 12 flakes in total, which this is a flake for those not interested. This bale was a little loose, a little more loose than normal, so it's kind of falling apart, so we'll try our best to get it all in here, but it's a mess. It was about one flake. There's a second flake, kind of, and then we'll maybe put in a little more since it lost so much hay. This is a very messy bag. Here's a better example. What flakes usually look like. Yeah, you find some interesting, not necessarily interesting things. There was just a clump of dirt in this flake. I've seen grasshoppers that have been dried out that have gotten stuck in the bale. And crickets. I have allergies. Sorry if you can hear me sniffling. I don't think we're ever going to expand enough to get a whale. That's very... What is it? That'd be way... There's currently actually no plans of ever getting a whale at Alveus, so that's, I know that was probably a joke, but that's something like 100 years down the line, maybe. We also don't have any plans to do any venomous snakes. I don't think we have any plans to do any venomous reptiles. Pandas are one of the most expensive animals to keep at a sanctuary or a zoo because technically all of China, or all pandas belong to China, so you have to pay China to have a panda. or something like that. They talked about that on the Tooth and Claw podcast. They had a panda kind of attack episode. There's only been a couple panda attacks in history, and they've all been kind of defensive attacks, meaning the panda was just trying to defend themselves from people. Red pandas would be cool. I don't know, that it feels like another way down the line. I feel like they're another one that's kind of difficult to acquire. Like, people aren't just... So, since we're a sanctuary, we aren't purchasing any animals. We want them to be, like, rescues and stuff, because if we're purchasing them, then it's kind of like, oh, you're buying. Like, we're just trying to collect animals we think we're cool. We talked about getting a tegu, because the tegu at the zoo Maya used to work at, the one that was in the Tiny Mike 2, I believe, his name is Pixel. He's really chill. Tegus can be pretty dog-like, but it's... we talked about it with alligators as well. They can be, like, super chill and all that, but they tend to be chill when it's cooler. And since it's hot in Texas, like, 8 months out of the year, it'd be like 8 months out of the year you'd be getting the worst bites of your entire life. So, we might go with a smaller lizard. Tegu, I think, is still on the table. Just not something we're, like, planning on getting currently. Taylor Swift, the scorpion. We're working, invertebrates are probably going to be the next ones we're getting, just because their housing is pretty minimal, care is also pretty minimal compared to, like, our other animals currently. So I think we're going to be doing those pretty soon. I think we are trying to source for them at the moment. I think they'd be the only ambassadors we'd really end up purchasing, just because they don't live as long, but we're trying to find how to get them from a reputable place, you know. We want to focus on invertebrates next, because you can do a whole program with just invertebrates, basically. We do, like, levels, so we do, like, introductory invertebrates, something cute like a rubber ducky isopod, and then we'd work up to tarantulas and stuff that people are more scared of, and show them that they're actually not that scary. Sarah is kicked out of the pasture currently, so I can work with the donkey. So we're putting his grain out here for him right now, and then we'll go back and look this. So, excuse me. There you go. You have to mix his food so that the equine senior is at the top, otherwise he'll throw a fit and try to pull his bowl off so he can get to the senior, since it's the stuff he's most interested in. Alright. Yeah, I'm gonna have to put you in your pocket, in my pocket, here in a minute. Again, good morning. halter time with Serrano. He's very good. When we first introduced it, we tried to get him to where he would put his head through the noseband on his own. Like that. There you go. Which is very nice. I know horses who you had to fight them to get the halter on. There was this one horse that I used to ride, and when you're riding, you usually use what's called a bridle. It's like the halter, but it usually includes the bit, and there's a couple more pieces to it. They're usually leather and fancier and all that. You'd get the bridle, you'd almost get, so there's two main straps that you connect and disconnect when you're riding. So it's the cheek band, or the cheek piece, and then there's one that goes under their chin, which is the chin strap. And you buckle those, and then on that horse, you would buckle the chin strap and you'd go to work on the cheek piece, and then he'd throw his head up and throw off like the entire bridle all at once after you took all that time to put it on him, which was rather annoying. I only ended up riding him once, but he was something. Halter. Good. Okay. Very nice. Right now we're kind of just letting him get used to the feel of it being on his face without it being like tied on. You can see he's not exactly thrilled with it. He's trying to get it off, so we're just going to pull it off for a second so that he learns that there is a release from it. But he came back pretty quick. He, I think, mainly just wanted to go yell at Jalapeno for being nearby. There you go. Yay. That was probably the best attempt at that. You can see it's not tied over here. It's kind of just staying up on his face because I'm holding it right now. We don't want to tie it yet because if we tie it and he gets freaked out, it is a hazard to have a horse or a donkey in a pasture with their halter tied on. They could get the halter stuck under something and they could end up potentially breaking their nose, which is something we don't want to do. So we're waiting for him to get very comfortable with the halter before we start tying it on. I'm confident if he did run off, I could get him to recover pretty quickly, but that's not something we want to risk right now. And then if he were to get freaked out, it might potentially ruin. See, he kind of pushed into the nails right there. Very nice. He's come a long way. And it is a lot for both my hands having to be right here. But he's doing very good. Didn't go this smoothly last time. It's falling, huh? Can I rub you with it? So with the donkeys, this is the style of riding that Maya does with the Sero. It's called Pirelli Natural Horsemanship, and it's basically you can get a horse to do whatever you need him to do without having to use any equipment. And there's like you can get your horse to go forward without having to put a halter on him and like lead him, and you would just use it by asking with your body language how a horse would ask another horse to move. So it's a lot about like learning about our behavior as well as the horse's behavior. But with that, with natural horsemanship, there's like 8 basic games that you do with your horse to make sure that they're like completely comfortable with you. So with the donkeys, we've been working on the first game, and it's just the friendly game. It's like you should be able to trust your horse everywhere. You should be able to like swing your equipment without them worrying about it. See, he even walked like into me, but I have a grain. A lot with the Pirelli, you don't usually use grain like this, but I'm still learning Pirelli, so we just started with grain anyways. But we will start working more on natural horsemanship with them once they are more comfortable, once we can get them haltered. We started when I first started working with the donkeys. We tried clicker training them at first, like kind of conditioning them, but I didn't feel they were getting anything out of the clicker, and they actually like picked it up so fast, like what I was asking them to do, that I couldn't keep up with the clicker. So I haven't used the clicker, but we are going to try to target them. I think targeting them to a frisbee and potentially having them go and fetch frisbees would be fun for them, because they like to chase balls and stuff, like larger balls. There's you can get them, they're kind of like the size of yoga balls and stuff, and I think it's like they like chasing it because it kind of mimics like how they would play with another horse. Which would be fun. Maybe if we got the donkeys one of those, they would stop beating each other up so much, because that little cut up here is from Jalapeno roughhousing with Serrano, and then Jalapeno also has a couple of little cuts around his ear from Serrano roughhousing with him. So I could, with Serrano, we're getting to a point where I could probably put ointment on his boo-boos. He has a couple around his cheek. He's not thrilled that Jalapeno's right here. Let me see if we can get the halter on him one more time, and then I think we're going to feed them so we can go move on to everyone else. Very nice. Dropped it. Here we go. When I first started working with them, I tried using handfuls of hay as a bit, but they said that was not nearly as interesting. So we started using grain, and I was like, maybe I can start with hay. And then I tried to offer hay again, and they were like, nope, now that you've offered grain, we're actually just never taking anything else from your hands again. Alright, That was very good. We're gonna go soak their food and put up their hay bags now. We talked about this yesterday, but donkey honks are probably one of the best sounds out here. They don't usually commit to like a full bray when they get excited about something, so they settle for these little tiny honks. Did you honk? No. Okay, excuse me. Come on. Come here. And he's gonna go. Come on. There you go, bud. Gonna eat the hay bags now. I'm doing. We usually start around 9 in the morning. I woke up a little late. Stream started a little late, but I did my morning rounds and checked on everyone before stream started, so. I live on site, just so I can go check on everyone at night, and then if we have anyone who needs overnight medical care potentially, and then that means there's someone always here. So if something were to happen, there'd be someone he'd be able to immediately respond. We should reach affiliate tomorrow. Connor, I believe, is going to stream tomorrow. It might be something related to the Stompy Cam. The animals also do live on site. That is true. Imagine we had to, this is actually just a daycare, and we have to bring everyone in every morning. We have to trailer the donkeys every single day. Ooh, this is something I didn't talk about yesterday, but the donkeys are going to be ambassadors regarding the traditional medicine trade. So donkeys, particularly in China, their population has dropped from 11 million to 3 million in the last 20 years because of a product that's become really popular recently called Yijiao. I probably butchered that. Yijiao. So we're going to talk about that. They're really good ambassadors for unsustainable harvesting practices and stuff, because the gestation of a donkey, I think, is about 12 months, and then it takes 2 years for them to completely mature. And they get stressed really easily, so they just don't do as well in farm situations. So that's what they're ambassadors for. When their Animal Quest comes up, you'll learn a lot more about that. But it's gotten to the point where they're importing donkeys from other countries, so there's poaching of donkeys in other countries, and particularly in countries where donkeys are used every day for labor and all that. So a lot of countries are people are starting to suffer because they can't work anymore because they don't have their donkey. We put the hay in the bag, so it's kind of like slow feeding. If we just left the hay out, they would eat it very quickly. For those that were here yesterday, I forgot to post this, but Nugget did lay her egg yesterday, but she laid it in the other kind of nest, so she didn't lay it in the one that Oliver built her yesterday. The egg. Since it's nice today, we can also take the chickens for a walk. I think it's too cold for a snake walk today as well. There's Oliver. Very excited about his scratch. There's Nugget. There's Beetle. We had given him, y'all probably saw, we had given them the cardboard box with the rocks in it, and they loved it. But then with the rain yesterday, I had to throw the box away because it was completely soggy. So maybe we can come give them a different type of dig box today. They really enjoy dirt baths, so maybe we'll get a shovel and put in some of this nice cool dirt in there for him. No, I don't need to lock that. Oops. Good morning. And then Nugget was hanging around over here when we walked up, so I'm wondering. No, there's not another egg. Don't think. Should probably sweep out the chicken coop today. No egg. Okay, so just the one, but that's okay. We'll get another egg later. Goats have learned how to jump into the dumpster when the wheelbarrow is full. Specifically oatmeal. Ooh, and then No one's in the aviary currently. It's been too cold, but the macaws have heated boxes now. We're working on getting heated boxes for the little parrots, but it started raining a lot yesterday, and we didn't have a way of putting their food in the box without them knocking it over, so we just took them inside so they could eat. But it's clear today, clear tonight, 41. Tonight we might not put them out. I will check with someone, but we'll see. They might be coming out again, which, if that's the case, I'll need to get someone to help me do so. And then we need to pull up these plants. These right here are tomatoes, which their leaves are toxic, and I just keep forgetting. But since the parrots or the macaws are out of here currently, we'll pull those up. I'm gonna try to pull them up with the intent of preserving them, hopefully. But that might be a difficult transition for them, as there is already fruit and they're already flowering. So we might have to sacrifice some tomatoes and potential tomatoes. But look at this. Tomato. There's another little tiny tomato, and then there's another one coming in somewhere. Yeah, here we go. This one, and then all these flowers will potentially come in. This hibiscus, it was a special type of hibiscus. I don't remember what it was called, but it just didn't fare well, and it got this brown spot illness. I don't remember exactly what it's called, and I think it transferred it to the banana. Hopefully when it drops below, and it's what happened to the crepe myrtle in the crow enclosure as well, and that's why it looks so barren. This hibiscus looks like it's trying to come back, but the banana also got it. But there's 2 baby bananas growing down there. We might just come and prune up the aviary a lot today. Those 2 stalks in the back, I believe, is millet growing. Some type of millet, which is neat. The bougainvillea that the chickens tore apart is coming along, and look, it's even started to flower, kind of. I don't know if they actually flower. I think it might just be like the, what is it? It's the Christmas plant. The poinsettias. I don't think the poinsettias actually flower. I think it's just a leaf, and then they put off the stamen or something. Stamen. I'm trying to be a plant person, but I'm not that much of one. So, this acanthus really enjoys the cool weather. I thought it was gonna die, but it came back pretty well, and it's doing really well. These little Aurelias, this one isn't doing so hot. I'm not sure why, because the other one is doing great. This also, we have a bunch of pepper plants coming in. We might be able to pull these up without messing them up. And then we also have sunflowers coming up. Where were the sunflowers? Maybe this was the sunflower, and that's the pepper. Maybe? I think so. Which I can show you all the plans for the pollinator garden, but there will be a sunflower section. We talked about possibly putting sunflowers in the pasture so we could take aesthetic pictures of Stompy, but we figured the donkeys might eat them down, but we'll see. There's a lot we want to do with pasture. I don't know if Tico and Miley will ever really end up socializing with Mia and Siren, I don't know if we ever really want to intentionally get them there just because the macaws are so much bigger. The macaws could really do damage to the little parrots if they so chose. There's a picture of Mia and Tico on someone's shoulders, like from like way long ago. I think this was probably before she had Miley, but we got the picture from the person who donated the parrots to us. But I mean, even me and Siren they're not really best buds, so. Sorry. Don't want to drop the egg. There's Stompy. There's all the brush from Kayla and I pulling brush out of the pasture. Thank you. Good morning. Come on. Odie Goody. She'll come running if you baw, but I'm not gonna baw on camera. That's embarrassing. I don't remember how many acres Alveus is. Someone said 15. Y'all want to go see how the compost bin is doing? It's doing really well. It's so heavy. I used to like roll it to mix it up, but now if I want to mix it up, I have to take a shovel and like stir it by hand. We think that compost bin, I think this was a pineapple I was trying to go, but then the goats came and tried to destroy it. It's still alive. But I think next time I get a pineapple, I might try to regrow it. There's another one down here. It's doing very well. It's so heavy. There's quite a bit of pumpkin in there, if you wouldn't believe that. We had so much left over from the event that not all of it could go in the compost bin. Ooh. Here's the parrots. Someone asked if the birds get annoyed with each other when they're screeching. Siren is very motivated by sunflower seeds. So when we're in the aviary working with the macaws, we think that her screeches might annoy Tico, but we're not entirely for sure. Do you want scritches, ma'am? She said she's tired of scritches, but she is kind of itchy. I don't know if you saw on her face, but she has a lot of little pin feathers growing now. Morning, scritches. We only scratch them on their head to avoid encouraging hormonal behavior. If you scratch them around their wings and on their back, and if you mess with their beak too much, that encourages hormonal behavior. Can you step up? Good morning. Isn't it crazy? Mia's chest used to be completely plucked, but she's got a lot of feathers now. She did so good leaving them alone. Good morning, scratches. And then the macaws. Can you step up? We're not scratching the macaws because we will lose fingers. Chat, for your information. They have water. They have the pellets. Hi, Miley. Good morning. Miley was not very happy with me yesterday. I think it was a combination of the rain and then me trying to get her to step up on the stick out of the box. She just wasn't having it. I feel like Tico tolerates me a little more than Miley usually does, which is a little surprising considering how pissed off he usually gets. Too manly for scritches? That might be it. Okay. The macaws had a lot of pellets yesterday. Okay. No food. I'm going to dump there. The little parrots figured out their boxes from yesterday, which is good. Sometimes I get a little intimidated by their enrichment, just because of how big it can be sometimes. So we try to make it smaller for them, but sometimes it is still just a little too intimidating. But yesterday they figured that out, so. Hi, birdies. Siren is in love with Kayla, so much so that anyone who tries to get in between her and Kayla is in for a time. There was one time I was working with Siren, and Siren was on Kayla's hand, and I was trying to get, what was I doing? I don't remember what I was trying to do, but I ended up like touching Kayla, and Siren kind of lunged at me with her beak open, so. She's okay now. Siren, I think, used to be really attached to me, but I think I vaguely looked like someone she knew, and then Kayla came along, and then Siren was like, oh, this is the exact person that I used to know, and I will defend them at all costs. No, they're fine in the room like that. They don't really, that is a thought we had, like about them potentially coming off the perch and all that, but we used to, we'd have them out during the day when people were there, and then we brought them up the last couple of nights, and we were like, we'll just leave them out and see how it goes, and we have not had a problem. Parrots tend to kind of just, they get on their perch and then they kind of just stay, which isn't the case for all parrots, I'm sure, but for these ones, they kind of just stay. They're also not in there long enough. We have a lot of dishes to do today. We'll get the macaws their water, or the parrots their water, and then we will let the chinchillas out and do diet prep. No one in the reptile room needs feeding today. Georgie and Patchy both ate yesterday. After stream ended, I soaked Patchy for a little longer in warm water, but he didn't poop yet. I still think he doesn't really need to poop. But tomorrow, I don't know if they're doing a keeping stream, but they might offer Georgie a rat pup, I think. I think we are doing rat pups instead of mice now, because the bones and the fur, the hard bones and like the solid set of fur might be too much for Georgie to digest, so this is not going well. I need different. I'm just gonna fill it in. Siren is definitely a drama frog. I do agree with that. They do eat mice in the wild. They're really opportunistic. They'll mainly just eat whatever they come across. The only thing George has really turned his nose up at is the hornworms, the blue hornworms you get. But he's eaten earthworms, mealworms, superworms, giant mealworms, crickets. I think we're gonna try breeding like dubia roaches for him. I think he's starting to get so big that the crickets aren't as interesting anymore. And roaches would be good to have, especially for getting other invertebrates. We wouldn't. We do have plans to get hissing roaches, just to tell people about the misconceptions of roaches and all that. The dubia roaches would be definitely separate than those roaches, so don't worry about that. Okay, we'll go get the little birds their water. That's what I'm saying. I think dubias would be... I think Georgie's a texture man. I think he would enjoy some crunchy dubia roaches. We have... I'm trying to breed superworms. He loves superworms. Which they take forever to go from, worm to pupa to beetle. The mealworms don't take so long. We've actually had quite a few, we've had a successful batch of mealworms bred, which we can check out. Oh, another thing we need to do today is chop fresh produce for the crickets and the other insects. That's what Connor said about the roaches. They're easy to breed. The crickets have been a pain. I wish they were all the guides online are they're super easy. You just do these things, and we've done all those things, and it's been nothing. And it's we've tried these things multiple times, and it takes so long that we end up kind of just feeding crickets that are meant for breeding to Georgie. So, it's probably where we're going wrong, but... Hi! Okay, we're gonna let the dogs run around for a minute, and then we'll put them up and get the chinchillas out. Are you thirsty? Goat? Do you see your ears twitching? Sorry, I won't spray you. Acero's horse's ears twitch a lot when they're drinking. I think it's so cute and funny. Hi, Odie. Odie Cody. No? Okay. Doggies want to come out. I need to put these chairs in the trash. Hi, Belle. Come on. What are you doing, little man? Look, you'll see the bugs. Very much not a fan of hands. Dog run leaked. Goats in the dog run. Belle. Bella. Belle. Come here. They're really bad at fetch. Come here, Belle. Belle. She gets it and then she just drops it before she gets back. She likes chasing after it. Belle. Come here. Beetle, do you want to play fetch? She's got grain all over her because we fed Sarah outside the pasture and she stood under him and picked up everything he didn't eat. Come here. Come here. Belle. Ew. Okay. All right. Belle, come here. Belle. Doesn't want to let go. They can stand up for a minute. Belle likes to get under this, under the stairs and dig under there for some reason. What do you think? No. Back up. Okay. Alrighty, let's see what chinchillas went to come out today. I stick so many treats in my pocket. Yesterday I went to my parents' house and I sat on the couch and I had sunflower seeds, chinchilla treats, and goat grain come falling out. Let's see. Very good. Nice. We create them before they come out so that they don't associate enclosure doors opening with them like running out to run around. That and they like running around, so the crate becomes a positive thing when they come out and run around. When they crate to come out and run around. Snork. Can you come here? Very good. She's a little more hesitant to crate. Very good. Did you come crate? Oh, she found a treat that Moomin left in there. We tidied up the chinchilla cage yesterday, but they poop so much. They're hamsters. They are rodents, but they're not hamsters. They are rodents, but they are chinchillas. There we go. Let me close the door and you'll get your treat. She really likes the, we got rose hip kind of little donut things for them. She really likes those. There you go. She's free. Okay, they're gonna go run around while we do dishes and all that. Okay. Do you want me to do a chinchilla treat tasting? Like, people? Because I guarantee they just taste like hay. Yes. Okay. You can try a donut, ones that's not like so much, but it's just gonna taste like hay. A rice cooker? No, that's the crock pot. Simp Mom made some sort of dip for the Halloween event in it. It's the crock pot from Miz's house, I believe, and they never used a crock pot, so they just left it here. So now we just have a crock pot, unless Miz really just wants his crock pot back. But I don't see him cooking or knowing what a crock pot is. So cool. I'm pretty aware that they don't cook. Anytime I would go over to that house with Maya, there'd just be like bags from DoorDash outside the door. Sometimes there'd be food that people just forgot to grab, and it'd just be there for a day, which is an interesting thing. But if you have the money, I guess. That's true, I also make food and forget about it, but I think it's making food and forgetting about it is a little different than like ordering food, have someone like, I mean they're getting paid, but having someone drive all the way to your house and leaving it there and then forgetting about it, because isn't that expensive? I don't order food because we're out in the boonies and all there is Domino's. But, like, that delivery is expensive. They are rich, that's true. Yes, we're going to do enrichment today, and we'll plan that out in a bit. Yesterday we gave them new toys and just boxes to tear up. Today we might do for parrots. What do we want to do? We could make like really fun just toys for them to tear up. They've been seeming to like those a lot. I'm not sure what Maya's up to today. I saw her this morning, briefly. Do you want to hear about my crazy dream last night? I often have crazy dreams. But last night was weird. Who's my second favorite streamer? I used to watch a lot of Minecraft stuff. But I didn't watch streams a lot because they were kind of painful to sit through. Ooh, actually, I like Crackities stuff. Well, I would watch his YouTube. I never watch streams. I don't speedrun in Minecraft. I'm actually really bad at Minecraft. I do play Minecraft. I haven't played Minecraft in a really long time because of school, and if I'm not focused on work and school, I will just actually not do anything other than play Minecraft. So, I I think over winter break, though, I am going to get back into Minecraft. I really want to get Maya to play Minecraft so bad. Like, really bad. I just need someone to play Minecraft with. Yeah, the new update. See, I feel like I'm loyal to the old updates, and then a new update comes out and I play it for a really long time, and then I go back to one of the old versions, and then I'm like, man, this is ass. I can't believe I can't swim. We used to not be able to swim. Slick is gonna play Minecraft. I actually, I didn't know what Twitch was when SMP Live happened, but I used to watch Call Me Carson and Jay Schlack on his pants, and now it's weird that they just, like, know Maya. I've met all three of them. Oh, recently? So, I wouldn't say I'm a gamer. The only game I've really actually ever put the hours into is Minecraft and Red Dead Redemption 2. I really miss playing Red Dead Redemption 2. Oh, sorry, I forgot the dream. Red Dead Redemption 2 is a really good dream. Anyways, the dream. So, Red Dead Redemption 2 is a really good game. Anyways, on to the dream. So, recently I've been having a lot of dreams where I've had to, like, move away from Alveus and get an apartment. So, in this one, I was, like, looking for an apartment around, like, where my school is or something, but, like, for some reason the school was by the beach. And then, so I had an apartment, but I had to move for some sort of safety reason. I'm interrupting myself, but Red Dead Redemption 2 is good, but then they put possums as rodents in the game when they are marsupials. But anyways, so I had to move from that apartment in the dream. So I moved to another apartment with like 4 other people. I think there was 2 girls and then there were 2 guys. And then I wasn't really getting along with any of them. I was kind of just there. Unplayable because they have possums listed as rodents. I didn't look at what they have raccoons listed as, but I'm sure they have them listed as rodents as well. But wasn't really getting along with anyone. We were kind of chilling, but I did just move in. And then, like, started going to class and then had problems with a stalker, I think. And then, like, not to a point, I just started, like, noticing the same person everywhere. And then got home one day and there was a package and, like, my roommates had opened it up and they put it on the kitchen counter. And then when I walked in, it, like, opened itself up and then it was this thing and it was, like, it was looking for movement, and then it started just, like, shooting things at us. Like, if you moved, it would shoot something at you. So then we had to, like, red light, green light our way over to it to, like, close it up and throw it off the balcony. And then that happened, and I was like, no, why would you throw it off the balcony? The stalker's probably down there watching, and if you throw it down there, he's just gonna get it again. And then, like, threw it off the balcony anyways, but then he was there and he got it and ran away. But then, like, they were also at the beach, and we were like, the apartment was 3 stories up, and the bottom story was like a bar or something, and there was just like a beach party, and I can't believe no one saw. And anyways, there was just like a beach party. That's about it. That was the dream, yeah. There was more that happened. I remember, like, I was just driving around in the forest at one point as well with someone I think from my elementary school. And then we were picking American beauty berries, but then they were, like, bigger than American beauty berries are. There was also, like, a bunch of fallen trees and stuff, but it wasn't cedar and oak. It was, like, well, there was some oak, but it looked like a kind of an arboreal forest type deal. Yeah, all the beaches in Austin. Yeah, that was a dream, though. I tend to remember a lot of my dreams. Like, in high school, I started having the reoccurring nightmares I had when I was in elementary school. My parents let me watch Jurassic Park when I was too little, and for the longest time I was like scared velociraptors were like, the way my house was set up, there was like 2 bedrooms and then there were stairs down to the first floor, and the bathroom was over here. Y'all can't see. Okay, so 2 bedrooms, stairs that way, there's a hallway here, and then there's a bathroom here next to this bedroom. So I'd go to the bathroom, like, brushing my teeth and getting ready for bed and stuff at night, and I was scared to walk past the stairs because I was scared I was going to look down the stairs, and there would just be, like, a velociraptor head peeping around the corner. So I would, like, run as fast as I could to my room. But I love Jurassic Park. I watched Jurassic Park so much growing up. Especially the one with the Spinosaurus. Is that the 3rd one? I really like that one for some reason. I've tried to lucid dream, but I don't think I can. I know when I'm in my dreams that it's just a dream. Yeah, I think I watched Jurassic Park when I was in 1st grade. One of the reasons I haven't played Minecraft recently is because I'm waiting for the Fossils and Archaeology mod to update. I said if the Fossils and Archaeology mod updates to the current version so I could swim and stuff, I'd start playing Minecraft again. I also, I have so many dreams at night. Like, not even at night. It's like, I wake up a lot when I'm sleeping, especially in the mornings, so I could, like, wake up, hit the snooze for 10 minutes, and then have a full dream in 10 minutes. Jurassic World, it was okay. The second Jurassic World was bad, and then in the first Jurassic World, when he was trying to train the velociraptors, he was misusing the clicker, and it was really funny. Kayla and I talked about it recently. With the clicker, you're supposed to, like, click it and then reward so that the animal you're training associates the click with the reward. But in the movie, he just took the clicker and, like, clicked it repeatedly and didn't give a reward, and I'm like, no animal would learn anything from that. Chat, what's your favorite dinosaur? Stompy, yeah, that's fair. I talked about it yesterday, how Stompy, the skeletons of emus are very similar to terror birds, which I don't know if they were technically dinosaurs since they lived in the, oh man, I don't remember my time periods. Dino Nuggies. There's a dinosaur called Therizinosaurus, which means scythe lizard, I believe. And they stood on the back of their two legs and their front feet. They had claws that were, I don't remember how long, but they were super long. And dinosaur train? What is dinosaur train? I have to go pee real quick. I can watch the chinchillas maybe. I don't know if you'll see them. Y'all aren't gonna fall. Y'all are fine. Y'all see any chinchillas out there? What do we want to do for enrichment today? Destroy toys? I think we should do destroy toys, mainly because I like making toys to be destroyed. Okay, you're going to clear this table. We'll do diet prep after we make enrichment. Dirty trash. Trash. I got the shampoo bar because I trying to be more eco-conscious, and I was scared my hair was falling out, which apparently it wasn't. It was just you lose more hair in the fall, or most people do. So I went with something natural just to keep my hair clean, but I didn't realize, I'm pretty sure like the Amazon ingredients said something different for the ingredients, but all the ingredients in this soap bar is just oil. It's coconut oil, castor oil, canola oil, jojoba oil, palm oil, olive oil, distilled water, sodium hydroxide, essential oils, which is lavender oil, tea tree oil, eucalyptus oil, patchouli oil, and fragrance oil. Like, there's so much oil in it, I don't understand why U.S. military doesn't come after that company. Oil. Ooh, paper. I think we can do fun things today. Oh, this thing, yeah, it's a chicken swing, which it's going to be interesting. I wonder how they're going to take to it. I think that's something we're probably going to introduce with Kayla. Yeah, did you see the chinchillas? We don't have rats yet, but there will one day be rats running around here. Chinchilla, what are you doing down there? Hello. That's Snork. She's run away now. We have almost everything we need for rats, but Maya's getting Ori back soon, so we want to get Ori set up, and I think we want to try to get invertebrates before we get rats, because rats are going to be something that is a little more intensive, not much more than chinchillas, but they do need a lot of attention and stuff. I don't even know how to explain how different the chinchillas are. Moomin has more kind of hooded eyes. Moomin's the left, Snork is the right. Moomin is also slightly darker, I think. And then, you know how people say the thing about how animated animal characters, the males always just look weird. No, I mean, they look just normal, and then with the female animals, they give them fake boobs and stuff like that. not necessarily like fake boobs, they just give them a rounder chest. I feel like Snort looks like that. Like, she looks like if Disney went and made a female chinchilla. That's what she looks like to me. Come on, doggies. Locked away. Good doggies. Yesterday I made them a lick mat with peanut butter, baby turkey, or turkey baby food, and then banana, oat, blueberry baby food, and apple, banana, blueberry food. And I think Bella probably ate both, because Mav really does not like fruits or veggies. Bella kind of just eats whatever. Mav is like pickier. I have met Newton mushroom. I go pet sit for Maya when she's out of town, because her apartment is on the way back from my drive to school, so I go and check on her when she's out of town. Okay. Pine cones? Ooh, I didn't realize we had this. We're gonna just make a bunch of things made of everything today. Because that's kind of the best enrichment, when you use a little bit of everything you have. Like, I can tell, like, the difference between them. I get their names mixed up. Newt is the bigger one, I'm pretty sure. I think I finally got that. But it took me a while to, like, I can tell the difference between them. Like, I don't get them confused. I just don't remember their names, like, which name each one has, sometimes. They're very fast. What? Remember when Maya got pecked by Maya and the butt by Stompy? That's a chinchilla. That's Moomin running around. Moomin do be zoomin' sometimes. Yeah, we let them out to stretch their legs and stuff. They have a very large enclosure. It's just we give them floor time so that they can actually just run around as much as they want. I don't think we have... I personally don't have a favorite ambassador. I really do enjoy working with all of them. We have such a very... All of them are unique. None of them are, like, exactly the same. So you always get something different with all of them. I was explaining yesterday that currently the donkeys are my favorite to work with, just because how much of a challenge it has been and how, like, far they've come. I don't know if... I think Stompy might be Kayla's favorite. And then I'm sure Stompy is also Connor's favorite. Okay. And then I had scissors. I feel like they've gotten buried somewhere under here. Oh well. Oh, they're there. Okay. Yeah, chinchillas can jump really high. I don't know exactly how high. Moomin got up there, but I know he kind of climbed his way up on the shelf. I don't know if you'll see him over there. Oh, no, Connor is a staff at Alveus. He's in charge of, like, our tech and permits and stuff. He's been working on a Stompy camera, which you might be able to see tomorrow. And then Kayla is another staff member. She's in charge of our training programs here, but she also kind of serves as just another hand. So when we're both working, we're both kind of just getting everyone's diets and enrichment prepped and cleaning and training. But she's our training program coordinator, so she makes, like, she's kind of training me how to train animals too currently, because so far my only professional experience working, like, in training has been with the crows. And with the crows, Maya and I were kind of just winging it. Get it? I became staff at Alveus because Maya and I worked at the same rehabilitation center, wildlife rehabilitation center, and we met there and we became really good friends. So for a while I was working at the rehab center and staying out here and working out here, but then I left the rehab center and we got the crows. So with, like, animal stuff, if you want to get into working with animals, your best bet is to honestly just start volunteering, especially if you don't have the experience. Volunteering, finding just people to talk to where you volunteer, and then school, and then just working your way up. Yeah, so I started as a volunteer at the rehab center. And then after a year of, like, consistently showing up to volunteer, they had asked me if I wanted to start a staff, and I said yes. So I worked as staff at the rehab center going on 2 years, I think. Does who give me eye contact? What? BTV emotes, no. I don't really use Twitch that often. I used to watch Twitch more frequently. Like, I used to watch all of Maya's streams, but now I'm kind of just here. I didn't know Maya was a streamer. before. I found out she was a streamer after we've been friends for a while. Maya, are you saying Maya's not good with eye contact? I'm not either, so I wouldn't be one to tell you if she's not. Now I'm a streamer. Crazy. I tried to stream Minecraft for my friends, and then I decided I didn't like streaming because I was streaming for my 3 friends. Having a chat makes it so much easier. Look, it's a kebab for them to tear up. Minecraft stream soon. It's always been kind of like a joke. Not even a joke, but to be like, hey, what if you stream Minecraft? And I'd be like, crazy. I could stream Minecraft. Right now we're making enrichment for parrots. Parrot enrichment. Kind of just giving them a bunch of random things for them to destroy today. We don't have a fundraiser, like an Alveus fundraiser for Christmas. I think we're going to do a really big P.O. box opening stream for Christmas. Our big fundraisers are Halloween and Earth Day. So they stopped destroying their good platform. That's very wishful thinking. That's something that's honestly going to have to be replaced every now and then. I'm going to go get more kebab stuff. I don't remember the exact day we have planned for the P.O. Box opening stream for Christmas. But we intend for it to be a larger one, so we can do a big stream. Someone asked which ambassador has impressed you the most. Honestly, the chickens. Before I started, I really had no expectations for Nugget. We just kind of thought that Nugget was kind of going to be there. And then someone asked, favorite. I don't have, a personal favorite. Currently, I really enjoy working with the donkeys, but it changes quite a bit. Most excited to get next. I'm really excited for rats, and I have been for a really long time. I think they're going to be a great ambassador. There's a lot of misconceptions about rats. Chickens can definitely be trained. That and rats are just so sweet. I used to have rats when I was in high school, and I would actually just put them in my hoodie and take them everywhere. I contemplated taking them to school many, many times, but never did it. Yeah, we thought Nugget was just going to be at the bottom of the aviary, cleaning up the bottom of the aviary with all the stuff the parrots dropped, but she ended up being a pretty big part of Alveus. which I'm happy about. I didn't work with snakes before Alveus. Before I got rats, I was trying to convince my mom to let me get a hognose snake. But she did not like the idea of me thawing rats, or not rats, mice. So, no. I did a lot of research about snakes before, but I had never had them, so. No, unfortunately, they didn't help me with my homework. They were freeloaders. I think everyone in my family is pretty, we all really like animals, but very clearly not everyone in my family is as interested in animals as me. I think my interest in animals started because I really looked up to my aunt when I was younger, and she used to work at the Fort Worth Zoo. So we went to the Fort Worth Zoo a lot. I went to the summer camp at the Fort Worth Zoo a lot. So that was just a big part of my childhood. I got bit by Noodle. It was when I had first started working with her, and she's a lot of snake for that to be anyone's first time, really handling a snake on your own. I was getting her out to feed her, and she was very clearly uncomfortable with how I was handling her, and she let me know. She bit me, she got me on my thigh because I was handling her, and she, bumped into my leg when I was trying to get her into the container. I honestly didn't notice. Snakes strike so fast that you don't really even notice. And it was just a warning, so it's not like she saw me as food and was, holding on. But it didn't even feel as bad as a shot. I think my family is very happy that I'm out here doing what I like. I don't know who you're talking about. He who must not be named. She did not try to eat me. I go to school currently. I'm trying to get a bachelor's in wildlife biology. Fox is exciting. The only foxes I've ever worked with have tried to kill me, because the only foxes I worked with have been wild foxes at the rehab center. Voldemort? Oh. Yeah, you can't... Yeah, people were that saying names gives the name power, but I don't know. I forgot what you asked. Rats. Did Voldemort have rats? I don't think so. I never read the books. But I did watch the movies frequently. I think we're going to start having Harry Potter marathons. I think Connor wants to have Alveus movie nights and stuff. Oh, Peter. That's true. I hated him. He was scary. I used to be scared of Weimaraners. Bella is a Weimaraner. Because I thought they looked like the werewolf from the Harry Potter Prisoner of Azkaban movie. No, my rats didn't work for Voldemort. My rats were named Sherlock and Watson, because I was obsessed with the BBC Sherlock show when I was in middle school, and I was like, I'm going to name my rats after something smart. Yeah, the one with Benedict Cumberbatch. And Martin Freeman. Willard. I have not seen Willard. I don't have a lot of time to watch. Yeah, rats are super social. You're always going to want to have at least two. When I got mine, I had only planned for two, but there was always the question in my mind, like, what if only one of them passes away? Benadryl Cumberbatch. And one of them did end up passing away like a month before the other did, and I felt so bad that 1 month. But by that point, she was like 2 years old, and she was so old that it wasn't like, I didn't have the intention of like introducing a new rat to her since she was so old. Also rats, like if you get rats, it's kind of a bit of heartbreak. They're so susceptible to tumors. Both mine died from different types of tumors. That's not to say you shouldn't get them. Oh, sorry, I'm not showing. We're making enrichment currently. So we're making destruction kebabs for parrots right now. I think we're gonna do a bunch. Yes, Martin Freeman is the white guy in the CIA from Black Panther. I'm not familiar with all the Twitch stuff. When we get affiliate, that's when we can make money off Twitch, right? From streaming. So we want this channel to be affiliate so that this can be another form of passive income. So we'll continue to do these types of streams, but we also want to do like pasture cam streams. I do like Marvel movies, and I'm not a stan though, you know. How fast do they what? Oh, they destroy enrichment like nobody's business. We currently have 3 Alveus employees. It's not Morgan Freeman, it's Martin Freeman. Wait, right? Yes. This is a small one. This could be for the little parrots. Yeah, so we technically have 1 volunteer and 1 intern. Okay. Sorry about that. Never mind, I thought you were telling someone about Martin Freeman, yeah. Yeah, and Bilbo Baggins and the Hobbit. Growing up, I used to, my dad and my sister were really into the Lord of the Rings, so I didn't read the books because I can't read. I'm actually just illiterate, chat, sorry. Can't read. I read The Hobbit, but watching Lord of the Rings was a big part of my childhood. Our intern is someone that was a volunteer and then staff at the rehab center as well. We kind of poached him. Not kind of, we did poach him. Yeah, Alex. Alex is the intern. Never learned how to read, too busy watching the movies instead of reading. I will say, in middle school, I loved the Percy Jackson series. And then I watched the movie, and the movie sucked. Movies were bad. They were disappointing. We are making carrot enrichment today. Is Toys R Us still a thing? Or are they, like, actually just dead? Movies are bad. You'll be disappointed by the movies. Don't watch them. They're dead? Oh, they're still around? In Canada? Okay. Yeah, I think she had to go live today about, well, if you want to go see, you can go watch. Man, I can't keep track of the animals at Alveus. I need to write it down. I also can't count in my head. We have 2 donkeys, an emu, 4 parrots, 2 chickens. Then we have 2 snakes, an African bullfrog, and 2 chinchillas and 2 American crows. But then we also have a horse and 2 goats and 2 dogs that aren't ambassadors. Yeah, the Alveus stream is something we've been working on for a while. There's not been much content on here. We use it a lot for testing and but we do intend to do more with it. The window spider, she moved away. I don't know where she went. And then she had the 2 egg sacs, but I don't think they were viable because they never hatched. We are going. I don't know if it's going to be an Alveus. I think the Beetle Cam is a Maya stream thing because Beetle is technically not an Alveus ambassador. Yeah, the pool is still there with the dirt in it. It's very heavy, so we haven't been able to move it. We were gonna let it dry out all the way and then cut it into blocks. Yeah, it's very unfortunate, especially since it rained yesterday. Get Alex to do it? Okay. That's what, yeah, that's right. That's what our interns are for. Yeah, I think she's talking about something that happened recently. I don't know if it's going to be like a big, long stream. Excuse me? What is that about blondes? Look. It's fun. The macaws are getting the same thing. Pretty much. I think we'll do more, though. More enrichment. My hands are so dry, and they're also scratched up from cedar in the pasture. You can see down my arms all the scratches from the cedar. For the little parrots, I think these are really fun. All nice and colorful. Yeah, if I wasn't live, I'd still be making enrichment. Well, yeah, I'd be keeping today, so I'd be in charge of enrichment and diets and cleaning and all that. This over here. Ooh, we could give the chickens a ball pit today. We could do that. I don't think we've ever given them a ball pit. We did give them a box full of rocks to dig around in. We could do a ball pit. Chat, did y'all have a good Thanksgiving? I went to my parents' house for Thanksgiving, and they're fostering a puppy currently, and he is a whole disaster walking, as puppies usually are. Everyone who didn't celebrate Thanksgiving last Thursday, how was your Thursday last week? My family's pretty partial to German Shepherds, and we're good friends. Well, not friends necessarily, but we stay in contact with there's a German Shepherd rescue in Austin, so he's some sort of German Shepherd mix. I wasn't there when Maya got him from the rehab center, but I did work with Burrito a lot. When Maya was in California for the 2 weeks, I was pet sitting. I was watching Burrito here. which Maya's probably told you all about it, but it was very interesting. They were just going to euthanize him because they were like, he was stepped on by a horse. He probably has really bad internal damage, but they didn't really have any way to prove that because they didn't do an X-ray on him. They didn't do an X-ray on him. There was just blood coming from his butt, but there was a massive wound above his tail, which really tells me that whoever looked at him didn't do like a very good job of actually doing an exam on him. So they were just going to euthanize him, and Maya called me, and I was like, no, that doesn't sound right. So she went back and picked him up, and then started bottling him. She was having a hard time getting him to poop, so she would bring him out to the Alveus, and I'd feed him while she was streaming, and I'd get him to poop. And then when she left for California, he stayed with me because he was still being bottled, but he was also weaning. So I'm sure Miz didn't have to deal with the weaning and getting him to poop on his own process. He stayed with me. Christmas ornaments? Not necessarily Christmas ornaments, but enrichment, parrot enrichment. There's Moomin. He's trying to get over to where the bowl of treats is. So I'm just going to put them away right here for now. We'll never know. They're right there. We have done quite a few mini piñatas for them. We don't have any at the moment. Zoomin' Moomin. You do be zoomin'. Moomin has gotten so comfortable, like, in the nut house that after he runs around for a bit, he'll find a spot to take a nap, and then he'll take a nap. So anytime the chinchillas start getting quiet, that's when you know it's time for them to go back up. But they're still running around quite a bit today, so we'll leave them out for a bit longer. I think a lot of people think of enrichment as something for animals, but I think enrichment is as much for people as it is for animals. Like when we were around the Halloween event, we were making a lot of Halloween-themed enrichment, and like they don't know what Halloween is, so it is actually just as much for us as it is for them. So when you're making enrichment for your animals, just think of it as you're also doing it for yourself, and then it becomes more fun. Not anything crazy, but it is something to destroy. And it has different layers of difficulty to it. And then we'll stick some tissue paper in it. With my rats, I used to give them, like, dig boxes and stuff. It was so fun. I don't know if Maya showed y'all, but she made a dig box for her ferrets, and at the bottom of it, there's a bunch of, like, just dried rice, and they had a blast just digging through it. Ferrets are, they're a lot of fun. They seem pretty easy, which, like, easy with any animals you take with a grain of salt, but, they're like, when they're in their enclosure, they just sleep, and then when you get them out, they're immediately like, oh, it's playtime, and then you put them back up, and they're like, okay, it's time to go to bed. At least that is with, at least that's how it is with hers. I've not worked with many ferrets, so. Y'all can see what I'm doing, okay, right? I haven't even, like, checked. Maya raid. Hello, everyone. Hello everybody who's coming back. We're still making enrichment for parrots. We made them these little hanging things for them to destroy, and then we're working a little bit more on just making more things for them to destroy. The lamp over by the prep table, yeah, I have it on because there's no heat in the nut house. So when I'm doing diet prep, I just stand over there and I'm warm. Okay. Fun destruction time. Okay, we'll see if we can do a big one for the macaws. Maybe. Light mode, yeah. Sorry, I don't use Twitch that much. I will figure it out, maybe. I used to watch Maya a lot, but I think I mainly watched her on the computer because the Twitch on my computer is dark mode, just not on my phone. Chat. Okay. Why do they like to destroy things? Well, it's like, well, destroying things helps keep their beak shorter as well, and helps them file down their beak, but it's also like, in the wild, they'd be, like, tearing things up to make nests and stuff as well, which we're not trying to encourage hormonal, like, nest building behavior. I think it's just, it's stimulating behaviors. Honestly, the parrots aren't as chaotic as I thought they were going to be. I'd never worked with parrots before Alveus as well, and I really thought that the parrots were going to be like the crows, but like really pissed off at us and were going to be flying at us, like mouth open, coming to bite us. And then we got them, we picked them up, we went back to Maya's parents' house, and then we let them out, and I was just fully expecting them to be flying everywhere, and that was not the case, and I cannot tell you how happy I am that is not the case. Hello, everybody. No, it doesn't. The knot isn't big enough. No, not streaming daily. We're trying to reach affiliate, and if we stream tomorrow, we should reach affiliate. So I streamed the last 2 days so we could get there quicker. More quickly, quicker, one of the two. Once we, I'm sure once we do reach affiliate, we are going to start streaming more. We're trying to reach affiliate so that we can earn kind of passive income off of streams. Because we have like endless content. I don't know if we have a schedule. I don't think we've had a schedule yet. We kind of just recently got back into doing the streams. All the streams on this channel before had kind of been like test streams for like the Halloween event and goat camera streams. Thank you guys, y'all are saying nice things. Yeah, we intend to do a lot more behind the scenes stuff. We want to do cameras in the enclosures. We want to do like chat controlled enrichment, which would be fun for y'all. We think it's really important for y'all to see the behind the scenes, and so y'all feel like you're more of a part of Alveus. Has Maya ever streamed riding a Sarah? I don't know if you want to ride Stompy. She's only like, she doesn't weigh that much. There's a lot of land, but a lot of it is like covered in short cedar trees, so it's not a good walk. I've walked around a lot. Stompy weighs less than 100 pounds. I don't think that'd be a good time for anyone. Stompy currently weighs less than Maya, probably. Unless I'm just super strong and 100 pounds is nothing, which I don't think is the case. Also seems like a really good way to get kicked. I thought it was an interesting idea. I think, so this year when Texas had the big freeze, a lot of people couldn't drive places. So Maya and I have talked about, like, with the goats, training them to pull a cart. But I think we could get the donkeys to a point where they could pull a cart. I think the max is, people don't ride emus, I don't think. I'm very sure. Emus get up to only 100 pounds. I know people ride ostriches, but ostriches are massive. Stompy is definitely still growing. I brought it up to Maya, but bats seem pretty difficult. There have been ambassador bats, but it is also a risk. Well, not necessarily, because we would probably get them vaccinated for rabies. I think bats would be interesting, but currently we don't have any plans for bats. That's also just me wanting to work with bats. There were 2 times we had bats come into the rehab center. We weren't supposed to have bats come into the rehab center, but because of the risk of rabies and just people not being vaccinated for rabies and stuff like that. But there were 2 times where they came in on accident, and I thought they were interesting. Yeah, that's something that would be difficult, like figuring out how we'd set up their habitat and then how we'd do programs for them comfortably, since they're most active in the dark. Yeah, my arm is messed up and my hands are really dry because we were clearing cedar out of the pasture. And my hands are usually just beat up in general. I was stubborn and refused to go and put on gloves because I was angry at the cedar, which if we have time today, which I'm taking a lot of time to do enrichment. Also, look, I'm not completely finished with it, but I think it's fun. Yes. We have talked about it. If Stompy lays an egg, if Stompy is a girl, we would probably try to preserve one of the shells, but I think we would just make omelets, or we would use the eggs to feed someone else. I'm using Maya's backpack currently. Not known yet. We think she's a female. We think, but we won't know until she's mature and starts making like adult emu noises. Maya talked about it a little bit on her on Stompy's Animal Quest. But female emus make a drumming sound that you can Google, and it's very dinosaur sounding. I'm here more than Maya, but that's because I live out here. Maya tries to get out here every day. I mean, it would, but we haven't had a reason to DNA test her yet. No more EEs. She doesn't beep beep anymore. Not as much as she used to. I really like living out here. I don't think I'm ever going to be able to live in the city or the suburbs ever again without being miserable. No more beeps. It's really sad. I went with Maya to the airport to pick up Stompy when she was just a little, not even football size, and she was in the crate, and Maya took her out of the crate and plopped her in my lap and was like, here you go. And that was like the most excited I've ever been about anything in my entire life. She was so funny. When she was in Mrs. house, you could hear her little tippy taps when she was walking around. Pause. Okay. Hence the name, yeah. I'm so glad she was named Stompy, but it does sound a lot like Chompy, and I'd say Chompy when I meant Stompy and Stompy when I meant Chompy. Yes, I am live. We're doing a keeping stream right now. We're making bird enrichment. I think I'm going to make like little things for the crows. I don't know if this is going to work because of how fragile these plates are, so we'll see. Yes, and now I can sit in Stompy's lap. Basically, she still tries to sit in yours. She she'll sit in front of you, and then if you have your legs open, she'll do like a little crawl towards you. It's really cute. She's so soft now. She was fuzzy when she was a baby, but now she's like really soft. Forever a lap dog. Ooh, actually, an idea. Until she eats your eye, yeah. It's, if you wear, well, she really likes long hair now, and I have a theory that it's because, when she lived in the house with Maya and with all the guys in there, she didn't really see long hair, but she has a blast pulling out my long hair now. And she likes to, I wear baseball caps a lot, and I wear my hair down because I don't like ponytails, and my ears poke out of my hair, and she goes for my ears. I don't know if we're going to decorate that much for Christmas. We might decorate the studio a bit for the Christmas stream. The goats are fun. It's like a UFO, kind of, if it stood straight. Level, not straight. We don't have a Christmas tree. There's a possibility we might for the Christmas P.O. box opening, but then maybe it's something that we can move, because I'm sure the Christmas P.O. box opening stream will be larger. Maybe it's something where we like move the table and do it on the floor and open things, and maybe we could put decorations in there. We have talked about doing bees, but we're trying to focus on, I think we will eventually do bees, and that's partly why we're making the pollinator garden. I was looking at doing a beekeeping course, but we're trying, I think we want to focus on, we haven't talked about bees in a hot minute. I think we do eventually intend to keep bees. I don't think we'd harvest honey that much, really. It's like with the Save the Bees movement, Maya's talked about this a little bit. The Save the Bees movement, the bees that are focused on for that movement are European honeybees, which aren't native to like the U.S. So it's kind of misleading, especially since like we're saying save the bees for the wrong species of bees. So it's we're not actually as as a whole, we're not really protecting the bees that need protecting, like our native, like solitary bees and stuff. So if we did get bees, we would talk about that. Christmas tree enrichment. They usually do that for a lot of like larger animals. I think if we put a Christmas tree in the pasture, it'd just be like any other cedar tree in there. I think the parrots might freak out if we took a whole Christmas tree in there. Yeah, the goats eat the cedar around here. They're when they spit up their cud, well, they don't spit it up. When they bring it back into their mouth and start chewing it again, it smells minty, kind of. I knew about Twitch before I met Maya. I didn't know Maya was a Twitch streamer. I didn't really watch anything on Twitch. Anything is edible if you try hard enough, chat. That's a joke. Please don't take that seriously. That's an interesting idea about having kids make parrot toys. Maya's been contacted by, I think, 2 of her past teachers about Alveus, and she's done programs for them online. That didn't work the way I thought it would. Okay, well. No, these are corn husks. We used to, at the rehab center, we used to go through a lot of corn for the animals. So I started using the corn husks to make enrichment for the crows. And I made like the corn husk dolls and stuff for them to tear up, and I thought they were fun. So the grocery store near us was selling corn husks for tamales and stuff. They just like having things to tear up, pull apart. Okay. I don't know if we have any current plans to get a tractor. A tractor would be nice. tractor would be really nice. There's just only like a couple things right now we can think of using it for. That, and we'd have to worry about storing it. We are looking at getting a UTV, farming simulator. Yeah, y'all just wait until the pollinator gardens up. Then it'll be actually farming simulator. Yeah, about the UTV, I think we are intending to get a UTV with an attachment at the end so we can muck the pasture and then dump it, like just back up the UTV and dump the dump whatever it's pulling without having to pick up the wheelbarrow and throw it over the side of the dumpster. I bet they're going to be scared of us for a minute, but that's okay. They'll figure it out. It's a little weird. Not really, though. I mean, Maya's horse and I are about the same age, which, that one's a little weird for me. I think he's 19 and I'm 20 now, so we're just about. But that means he's like 56 in horse years, or in human years. Right. Also, Maya and I just don't know enough about tractors. So that's why Connor's here. He's the one doing research on UTVs and stuff for us. Well, one of the reasons why Connor's here. I do not have a horse. I've only ever, like, ridden horses that were, like, lesson horses and stuff. So, like, owned by the barn. When we go back out to the pasture, we can ask Acero how it feels to be old and how his 401k is coming. I don't think we'll get to see how the crows react to the UFO ones, because they're, one, going to be freaking out about the backpack, and two, I think they might be a little worried about these, but we'll put them where they're a little less intimidating. Oh no, Sarah didn't set up his Roth IRA. Coconut is becoming slightly more social. It's hard to show it, like, on stream because they're scared of the backpack. We need to work on kind of desensitizing with the backpack. He will come down. We worked on, look at this. We worked on kind of asking him to come down rather than bribing him to come down. So now he kind of, like, with animals, I didn't even show you all that very well. With the, there we go. With the animals, we're starting to kind of just, not necessarily target, but they know that if we tap somewhere and they come over, we'll give them treats. So, to get Coconut to come down, we'll go over to the platform, by tapping the platform and then putting a bit on the platform. Whereas before, to get him to come down, we had to put bits on the platform and walk away and just wait for him to come down. I don't think he knows what a gun is, so I don't think he thinks the camera is a gun. I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure he does not know what a gun is. Okay. So we have two crows. We have Abbott and Coconut. At the rehab center, Abbott and his brother Costello came into the rehab center because they had been imprinted by another rehabber. For those of you who don't know, imprinting is a physical change in a bird's brain that makes them associate with a species. So birds that are imprinted on humans, like, associate with humans. So they're not releasable. So Abbott and Costello couldn't be released. The people who had raised them tried to release them, and then those Abbott and Costello ended up going to a nearby park and landing on kids' heads, which is really not ideal. Actually, not even not ideal. It's, like, actually illegal to release imprinted birds and illegal to imprint wild birds. So at the rehab center, Maya and I started training them to be ambassadors, and then when I left the rehab center, and then as Maya stopped coming to the rehab center as much because she was getting busy, we asked if we could take the crows as ambassadors. We don't have there's a bunch of different conservation angles we could use with them. They don't have, like, a very important conservation story, but there is a wide variety of things we can talk about. Like, a lot of people assume crows and other, like, birds of prey and stuff are going to eat their chickens and stuff, so a lot of them end up getting shot, which is illegal. So we're going to talk about why it's actually important, why crows are important, and they could also be another potential, like, disease conservation story. Corvids, which is the family that crows and blue jays and stuff are in, they're really susceptible to West Nile, and West Nile is spread by mosquitoes, so that's another thing we could talk about with them. So there's a lot. We haven't necessarily decided, I think, what angle we want to use for them. Right now, before we do any programs, we have to kind of just be able to work with both of them. Costello, yeah. Costello died randomly. We got Coconut. Coconut came in actually, I think the day after Costello died. Costello, it was really random. We couldn't figure out how he died. We had taken him to a vet and we got a necropsy done on him, but they couldn't give us they told us what looked wrong in his body, but they couldn't give us a specific cause of his death, which is really frustrating considering how much the necropsy costed. But yeah. But Coconut came pretty much like right after, but they weren't sure if he was going to be releasable or not. So Coconut's issue, he came in because he had a hobbled leg. But they tried to work out the hobbled leg, even though we kind of knew it was never going to go away. So we didn't get him for a really long time, and then when they decided he was not going to be releasable, rehab ambassadors are hard because the purpose of rehab is to eventually, like, release the animal. Like, your goal is never to have, like, a wild animal come in and be an ambassador. You always want to try to release them. So all the months we could have been working with him where he could have been becoming imprinted, we were trying to raise him as a wild bird. So no, those the chinchillas are out running around right now. Let's see, there's Moomin. We're going to try and get him back up here in a minute. And then we'll work on diets, and then we'll go feed everyone. We'll probably walk the chickens. We aren't going to end up being able to do a session with the crows just because of how scared they are of the camera, and because the stream also F's in the crow enclosure. We can pull up tomatoes in the parrot aviary now that it's empty. And what else? Walk the chickens, give them, I think we're going to take the little ball pit balls down to the chickens and fill their pool up with ball pit balls and see what they think of them. The chinchillas do not get outside time. We don't have an enclosure for them, and most of the time out of the year, it's too hot for them. They have really dense fur, like so dense that it doesn't naturally let water pass through. That's why you're not supposed to bathe chinchillas, because their fur is so dense that if you do, like, soak them down to the skin, that the top will dry, but the underneath won't, and they can get sick and stuff from it. So they take dust baths to clean themselves. Oh, he found the treats. No, sir. No. You can't have that. He's trying to steal the treats. change the towel today. We don't have with rats, we want to use them to talk about how intelligent rats are and like rat poisons and stuff. So not only do rat poisons cause like harmful, like painful deaths to the rat, but then that poison is in the environment if something comes and eats the rat. So it's not good. So like birds of prey and stuff are harmed by rat poison. And then also with feral and stray cats and letting your cats outdoors. Cats kill a lot of birds and stuff, and island ecosystems, like literal islands, and just ecosystems that are pretty closed off. Cats have done a great deal of damage to populations because there's just not that diversity, and they've just killed off so many species. This is the chinchilla's dust bath. You can see it's a really fine dust, and they just vigorously roll around in it. You see? And then I'm gonna dump that. We should wash this out as well. They don't need their dust bath every day, so when we do programs with them, we'll probably take their dust bath out of their enclosure and only give it to them during runaround times, so that when we do take them out for programs, we can demonstrate dust baths to whoever's collaborating with us. We talked about possibly getting it on cue, but that'd be a very interesting way of getting him to dust bathe. We haven't we have used it a couple of times to crack the macadamia nuts, but the macadamia nuts aren't the favorite yet, so we haven't really, used it yet. We also haven't, like, screwed it down to a table yet. Oh, so, chinchillas are native to, I think, Southeast South America. I don't remember exactly where in South America. I'm part-time, but I'm just taking a little bit longer today to do. I'm part-time because I also go to school. I gave them this kind of dig box with a load of the little crinkle paper in it. I don't think they used it too much, so we're just going to toss it. It's been in there for like a week. Yeah, so chinchillas live where it's really dry and where it's really rocky. So they eat a lot of dry grass, and they like to move around in between a lot of rocks and stuff. That's why they're so hidey. But where they live, there isn't a lot of moisture, so they don't drink that much. Like, they go through about a bottle, like the size bottle, the two of them, every 3 days, which we'll take that down and wash it here in a minute. They, a lot of rodents do, but they're so fast that they kind of unintentionally fling their poop everywhere. Gets stuck everywhere. And if you're ever looking to design a rodent enclosure, this isn't the best method because all this gets stuck in there. Which we do deep cleans of this and vacuum it out because it doesn't exactly come out with the broom. Please. We don't really have we don't have a schedule for cage cleaning currently. We kind of just do a lot of spot cleaning. Anytime it looks really messy, we'll clean it out. It's not too difficult. We kind of designed it to where it was easier to clean. We tried to. For us. Tardigrade ambassadors, that feels like a really difficult one. Yeah, currently I'm considered a full-time student. When I was talking to my advisor, I don't think she completely understood that I live very far away from campus and that I also work part-time. So she gave me like a full course load. I think it's actually even more than a full because it's technically 14 hours. But next semester, hopefully won't be this crazy. So. We have a washing machine in the laundry room that's at the end of the studio. We would like to do otters because I have good conservation message, but otters require ponds and we don't currently have the manpower to do ponds, so that's something future project. Look at him. He missed it. He was doing his parkour. There he goes. Isn't that so fun? Yay. Very nice. Does not want to sit still for scritches. Okay. Cleaning. Snork. Very nice. We give her rewards for going back in her cage without being asked. Very nice. Good lady. Pretty good. Can I close? Thank you. Imprisoned. Not really. Moomin. It's really fun, but also so annoying. So they kind of just pop up whenever and wherever they please. The chinchillas, I mean. When I first got Moomin, for those of you who don't know, before Moomin was an Alveus ambassador, he was a surrender, and I kind of just took him on. I was a little pressured by someone to take him on, but I did anyways. I had the cage and the time to do so. And chinchillas are a lot of fun, and I learned just how fun they are. Where was I going with this? Oh, I was trying to train him to target and to station and all of that, and I had a clicker, but my room was so small that it was really, the clicker was really loud, so he was scared of the clicker, no matter how quietly I tried to click when I first started with him. So I tried to whistle. Didn't like the whistle, so for a while I was kind of his his recall was to his name, which pretty basic, but I would anytime he did something I wanted, I'd say Moomin, and he would know he would get a treat. So anytime he heard his name, he'd come running up to you for a treat. It was pretty cute. He's gotten out of that practice now, though. We could do it again. Okay. I missed a spot. Moomin, do you want to come crate? There's not an animal I specifically want to work with. I've worked with a very wide variety of animals, and I'm just happy to be able to work with what I can. There's not any particular species. Actually, no, that's not true. I really want to work with rats again. Knowing what I know now about training, we could have those rats. Actually, just doing calculus, I could teach my rats to do my calculus homework for me. Is he in the bag? No, he's not. Moomin! Moomin really likes carrots. I forgot to give the donkeys their carrots this morning. So if we can get him to crate, I might give him a little bit of carrot. Carrots aren't the best for them to have a lot of because they're really high in sugar and high in water, which they don't need because they're a species that's more used to a dry climate. Look at that. Go ahead and close the door, and then you can have your treat. Carrot, very nice. That was the easiest he's ever created for me out here. Back up. There you go. And since they both went back in so nicely, we'll give them donut. Their little donut. They're waiting patiently. Here you go. And then they go run off. Okay, now we gotta clean the water and dish, and then we'll also do diet prep for everyone else. Of all the animals, rats. Yes, rats are really smart. They're so social. They're so cute. I still, remember the first night I got my rats, and they were crawling around on me, and it just felt like, wow, this animal is, so comfortable, just around me. That, and it's I could go anywhere and just have them, because they'd sleep in my hoodie. I would go on walks around my neighborhood, and they'd just be in my hoodie. And nobody knew that that is hand soap. I'm having a hard time. I guess hand soap is better than no hand soap. Top one's not closed. I'll go back and check in a minute. They're not gonna come busting out. I don't know. I think we're probably just going to end up getting some type of fancy rat. I think we want to do rats that look a little more wild, though, so that, ones that are more solid and are rat, or brown or black, or something. Dumbos are cute, though. So, I mean, any animal can carry an illness. The thing about the Black Plague is everyone was like, it wasn't the rats themselves that were carrying the Black Plague, it was the fleas on the rats, which is true, but, to some capacity the rats were carrying the illness, the disease. NYC rats are crazy. They're another species that I have a lot of respect for just because of their success around people. All the animals you see frequently, like raccoons, possums, deer, and all that. It's really impressive that they've managed to cohabitate with us so much. I think it is. A lot of people see them as pests, but then I'm like, we're the reason why they're pests. Hello, Crazy Slick. Baby rats are cute, but I don't know. I just like rats in general. They're really good swimmers, and they're capable of holding their breath for a really long time. Have y'all ever seen that video of the rat, like, figuring out how to climb up into a toilet, like, through the pipes and stuff? It's gross, but that's really impressive. They're just so smart. The new phobia. I really think a rat crawling up your toilet is the least of your worries. I think there's a lot. Y'all remember that J Schlatt video where he was like, where he found out that people wipe front, like from the front or something? And how many views did that get? Side to side, that's a hot take. I don't know if anyone else shares that with you. Yeah, rats don't live that long. I've heard of rats living 5 years, but I've only ever, like, seen rats live 2 years or around. Okay, chop time. Everyone's getting a little bit of everything today. We have produce from Imperfect Foods coming tomorrow, so I think I'm going to try to use up the rest of whatever we have, like within reason, of course, but we have so many lemons and limes left over from the Halloween event, and they're still fine, but it's a lot of them, and we can't use them for animals, too acidic. Oh, and we need to make chop for crickets and stuff. Lemonade. Yeah, we could make lemonade. Make Connor eat them for subs. I don't know if we're too... Yeah, once we get affiliate, we can, we'll bring that idea up to Connor and see what he thinks of it. When you're affiliate, is that when you can get subs, or is that, later? No, imperfect foods is just another like, yeah. Sorry, losing words today. They just it's delivery for food that would be going bad, but it's actually like perfectly fine. Like grocery stores would just throw it out because it's been there a certain amount of time, but it's still perfectly fine to eat without the poison. What's wrong with HelloFresh? Did someone die from HelloFresh? Why are streamers avoiding? Okay. Well, oh, working conditions. It's been a hot minute since I've had to think about unions and working conditions. It's been forever since I've been in a government class. And are people... Oh, that's why. Okay. Man, we don't have... Oh, okay. Oh, so Alveus animal ambassadors we'd never take. We don't want to do big cats, bears, basically. A lot of like larger primates. I think the largest primate we'd ever consider taking is a capuchin or something. Yeah, they're just, there's too big of a risk with big cats and bears and stuff. We would consider doing, having an ocelot. Small monkey? Yeah, the largest we'd ever do is a capuchin. Are lemurs primates? They're primates, right? In that case, like a lemur would also be the largest. I don't know if we'd ever end up doing beavers. we have a large snake. We have Noodle. She's 8 feet. I mean, she's not like a large snake, but that's pretty big. We have talked about doing wolves potentially, but we'd need to expand Alveus to do wolves just because of the amount of land it takes. We talked about we'd try pygmy marmoset. I think Maya just wants to do like just a common marmoset. I've told her about pygmy marmosets though. I mean, conservation-wise, they're pet trade. Python. I don't know. We don't have plans currently to get any more snakes just because we have 2 now. But it would be interesting to do, because with snakes we're trying to defeat the idea that they're slimy and mean and all that. So it would be good to, like, we have Patchy, who's kind of like a beginner snake. He's like a cute little donut. He doesn't, can't do much damage. And then we bring Noodle out, and then it'd be interesting to bring out an even larger snake for programs. Primates take a lot. There was, Maya was telling me about it was some sort of primate rescue. I think it might have been chimpanzees. And they had to do enrichment constantly throughout the day. Like right now, we usually only do like 1 or 2 things a day for our ambassadors. They were doing like every hour enrichment for them. Gharial, we've talked about crocodilians. The issue with that is like even a small alligator, a small gharial. The people who have been encouraging us to get alligators and stuff, they're like, oh, they're so chill. And then they're not chill when it's warmer outside. And it's hot here 8 months out of the year. So that means 8 months out of the year it'd be kind of a hazard. That, and we currently just don't know enough about reptiles to mitigate behavioral issues. Yeah, I don't think we'd ever do a chimpanzee. That'd be a lot. Yeah, I used to be scared of spiders and chimpanzees. I've gotten over my fear of spiders. Something I've been working on, but I'd be hesitant to do any sort of primate, even the marmoset. I'm sure, I mean, like, obviously, a chimpanzee poses more of a risk than a marmoset, but ducks, I don't think we have plans to do ducks. Wait, yeah, gharials are huge, but they're not, like, as bulky as saltwater crocs, right? We do plan on doing jumping spiders. We are confident that we could target train a jumping spider. I'm very excited about spiders. All the invertebrates. Velvet spiders. That sounds familiar, but nothing really comes to mind for it. Yeah, I was about to say, that's exactly why I'm scared of chimpanzees. There's an Animal Planet show called Fatal Attractions that I'm pretty sure they talked about that episode on. This lady had a pet chimp, and she invited her friend over one day to come see it, and then the chimpanzee just went insane and killed its owner. And in that episode, they play the 911 call, and like the chimpanzee was trying to get into the building that the woman had locked herself into to try and kill her. You can find the 911 call on YouTube, but it's pretty traumatizing. Yeah, no, chimpanzees, not pets. Absolutely not. There's a tooth and claw about a chimpanzee attack, but I feel like out of all the chimpanzee attacks, that was an interesting one to talk about. Tooth and Claw is a good podcast. You can listen to them on Spotify and Apple Music and Patreon. They have a Patreon. Okay, I think I'm gonna go get some of my old greens for this chop, and then I'll be right back. Y'all can watch the chop and make sure it doesn't run away. Did the chop run away? It ran away. I told you to watch it. Drumming would be cool. Yeah, we already fed Stompy. She ate this morning. We can go see if she wants to, if she would like grapes, but she was spitting out grapes this morning. I would much rather fight a cheetah than a mountain lion as well. Yeah, the red light is a heat lamp. There's no heat in the nut house, so I'm currently warm because of the heat lamp. Curs can mimic. Ours haven't really learned how to mimic, like, voices. But they did start. I somehow purposefully but accidentally taught them kookaburra noises. I just dropped a grape. What mammals we can beat in a fight? Animals we can beat in a fight. That's something they talk about on the Tooth and Claw podcast. I think I could fight off a mountain lion. I think it would just be a pain. I think where I draw the line is maybe like a black bear. But at that point, if you're being attacked by a black bear, it's a predatory attack. So you would, yeah, I'm sure you would be able to mess up a fire ant on a one-on-one fight. I'd be slightly concerned if you couldn't. Yeah, so it's not about, like, so with animals, there's a certain amount of fight they can take without, like, risking injuring themselves, because if they injure themselves going after one, like, not worth it meal, then they're messed up for the rest of their life. So, it's just, like, about how difficult you fight and, like, how difficult you make it for that animal for them to be like, you're not worth it anymore. I'm not condoning, like, going out and, like, trying to fight a mountain lion. I'm just saying, like, hypothetically, if a mountain lion were to attack me. Also, mountain lions don't see us as a food source, so if a mountain lion is, like, coming and attacking you, like, in a predatory sense, then it's likely that they're pretty hungry, so. Please do not go to Audubon centers and wildlife refuges to fight animals. Oh, that's not what you're talking about. I actually thought you were trying to tell him to go to those places to fight wild animals, because I can't read. I told chat earlier that I was illiterate. Yeah, I know, I'm sorry. Like I said, I'm illiterate. No, please don't. I think for any human, I think the line is drawn at a black bear. That's like even like that's even more like the odds are most definitely in the bear's favor. Please do not. Please do not go around slapping birds. I never demonstrated slapping birds. No, a human male would not beat a chimpanzee. I think their strength is like 8 times that of a human male. I mean, a bear too. But With a chimpanzee, I don't feel like they're causing predatory attacks on people. So if you do get attacked by a chimpanzee, it's like you're a threat. So I'm just trying to, I don't know. I think I'd honestly rather get attacked by a black bear than a chimpanzee. I think I'd rather be bitten, like, and eaten than, like, a chimpanzee just, like, biting me with, like, really human-like teeth and, like, pulling me apart, you know? Anyone feel the same way? I'm not saying I want to get attacked by either. I'm saying if I had no option. I think you would still have a hard time fighting a 100-pound chimpanzee. I think you'd have a really difficult time. I think, yeah, black bears usually don't want anything to do with people. It's just like the very, very slim chance you ever get attacked by a black bear. I think I would much rather get attacked by a black bear than a chimpanzee. Which is really crazy and stupid that I'm thinking about it, but I'd rather get attacked by a mountain lion than a black bear. We haven't specifically talked about a tapir, but they are very cute. I don't know what their conservation angle would be. I just dropped you, chat. I'm sorry. A black bear would be the chimpanzee. A glass frog. I don't know if we are planning on getting any more frogs right now. Maybe if we get bigger, we would consider doing more frogs. But I think if we were going to do another frog, it'd probably be something pretty threatened. Yeah, habitat fragmentation. That's something we might look into. I saw a tapir for the first time at the San Antonio Zoo, and they were massive. So I don't know. Okay, we're gonna go feed crickets real quick. I think the grizzly bear is winning the fight against the silverback. Do I prefer Michelle or Barack Obama? I don't know. I've not really thought about one or the other. Yeah, that's one of the things with the tapirs. The one at the San Antonio Zoo also did not look very friendly. But that was just that one. He also looked like he probably had some neurological issues going on. Okay. Feed the crickets. Excuse me. For you. Okay. These guys. Crickets poop so much. Oh no, we had an escape. Escapee. Her arm ripped off? What? By a tapir? Also, what do you mean, why do we feed the chickens? Do you mean, what do we feed the chickens? No, we don't really have. Oh, why do we feed the crickets? Oh, just so they live longer. I mean, they're living things. Sorry, I'm illiterate. Yeah, exactly. Why do you feed the animal? Because it's a living thing. You can buy like pre-made diets for them, but they aren't necessarily good for them. Like, it's just kind of gut filler. Also, look at all these mealworms, chat. Look. We didn't buy these bred here. Also, with mealworms, they lay their eggs on whatever they're eating, so you're not supposed to throw away the stuff. So their stuff is kind of gross sometimes. Can't see, sorry. Mealworms. I forget. Not bred. Or not bought, bred here. Ew. I think they're cute. They're just little wormy guys, you know? We don't really have any plans on breeding our ambassadors. Actually, that's not true. But they already do it. We went to hatch chicks in the spring, like Nugget and Oliver's biological chicks. Most of the animals we're breeding are for the purpose of like feeding others. Like the mealworms and the superworms and stuff. No, oh, those are, you probably are hearing the parrots. Miley and Tico and me and Siren are right there, watching me feed the crickets. Wondering why they're not getting fed, probably. So, sorry. Am I gonna feed y'all? I think that might be a little difficult for me to feed all of you. Okay. Alright, we're gonna do the parrots. Or we can do the crows first since we're not gonna be able to work with them. Then we'll come do the parrots and then we'll go down and feed the chickens and pull up plants in the aviary. Hi. Looking for food? He wasn't necessarily aggressive, it was mainly just defensive. The macaws are a little hormonal since they're bonded to one another, so he just didn't want us anywhere near Miley. It has gotten a little better, like we're able to work with him and stuff. During the winter, it doesn't really start getting actually cold until January. That's usually when we start dipping below freezing and stuff. I don't think we've hit below freezing yet. Gross. you'll take some worms. You know, I've always, like, at the Halloween event, I tried one of those crickets for the first time. Like, you know how we were doing the spooky foods? I tried one of those crickets for the first time, and I was really disappointed. I was expecting it to be better. I've heard well, I don't know. You know how, like, there's always a new diet? Keeping's been good today, but you know how there's always, like, a new diet? People are starting to say that cricket insects in general are eventually going to be replacing, like, meat altogether, because it's more sustainable and less inhumane, which, I mean, you're still killing an animal, but teach their own. It didn't really have a taste. It was just a lot of, it just felt dry, which they were dried crickets, but I didn't enjoy the texture. Stale? What do you mean by stale? Like boring? Not necessarily boring, because there's always something new to do. There's things I don't like doing as much as others, you could say. Probably, I don't know. Like, I'm not saying, like, I don't know, I can't think of anything that's boring. Stop. There's like, since this is so new, there's just always something you can be doing. And we have like a fair amount of ambassadors. Like, I spent quite a while making enrichment. There's days where I just like make enrichment for like, I spend a couple hours making enrichment. There's days where I will just make enrichment for the entire week. I've definitely been bitten by Alveus ambassadors. I've been bit by Siren, Noodle, and kind of Jalapeno, but that was mainly because my hand was in his mouth because I was feeding him. Farm animals, I mean, I've never really worked with farm animals. Any of the technically farm animals out here are the first ones I've worked with. It is the silicone bowl from the P.O. box opening. very handy. Any planet in the solar system, I would definitely still say on Earth. Animals are like my entire thing and have always been my entire thing. Specifically, the animals on Earth. And until we know for sure, like, we have a pretty good idea that there's other things out there, but until we know for sure that, like, there are other, like for sure animals out there, here they are, look at them, I'm probably not going to be interested in that. So, I mean, the animals we have as ambassadors, like, need to eat as well. I mean, we can't put Noodle or Patchy on a vegetarian diet. I mean, for animals that are being raised to be fed to someone, we just try to give them the best life we can. That and the animals that are being fed, we're trying to feed them to other animals in the most humane way possible. So that's why with rodents you feed to snakes and stuff. That's why they're usually euthanized. And that's why when you are buying rodents, you want to try and find a reputable place that humanely kills them, so that that way it is still like humane. I mean, because we still eat meat. The best way for us to be humane about eating meat is to know where it's coming from. Before I worked here, I worked at the wildlife rehab center. That's where I met Maya, and that's how I became staff here. But I also am a student currently. That's exciting. Broken headphone jack out of your laptop. Okay, this is for me and Siren. They get about 40 grams of chop. 40, little, too much. We'll do a little yellow pepper, because Siren likes yellow pepper. And pause. Hello. There we go. Okay. Because I'm getting 70 grams. Chop. So let's grab another. I'm only going to give them a cause 50 grams of pellets because they already have pellets in there, so. Maya definitely did not say you have to be vegan to work around animals. I've never been vegan, and I don't think I ever will become vegan. I've tried going vegetarian. Never been vegan. She is not vegan. She's not even vegetarian either. Little parrots also get 50 grams of pellets. I still eat chicken even though I love Oliver and Nugget. I don't really think about it that much. I try to eat as little meat as possible. And then when I do eat meat, I try to make sure it's from a reputable source. Yeah, you can still care about animals while eating meat. You can't really change your diet. I mean, you can, but I think judging people for liking animals and also eating meat is not beneficial to anyone. It's not unrealistic without a degree. I would say you might want to try and at least get your associates if you don't have it, because some school is better than none. School mainly just helps you with, like, your salary, from what I've seen. There are some places where you do have to have a degree to work. Like a lot of zoos, they require you to have a degree in at least biology. But I don't think there are, like, still options. I started by just being a volunteer and learning about where I could go. Yeah, degree really helps. That's true, being vegan is more than not eating meat, but I feel like there's other ways to be sustainable without being vegan. There's a horse in the courtyard. Volunteering, if you're an outgoing person, going to, like, birding clubs and stuff, I have a hard time socializing, so that's not always an option for me. I used to have really bad social anxiety, and I was panicking before I started volunteering at the rehab center because I didn't want to socialize. The horse's name is Saro. He's Maya's horse. Egg. Okay. Going to go into the crow enclosure briefly. We'll probably F. We're not going to stay in there very long because it will F and because the crows are scared of the backpack. So we're just going to feed them, give them their enrichment, make sure they have water and all that, and then we will be out of their hair. My sister's name is Ella. I do have, what? Huh? Who has hair? Yeah, if there's not like a... I don't know much about falconry. All I know about falconry is from Maya. I've not even worked that much with Ori, so when he gets out here, that's going to be a little new for me. All I've ever done is throw an Ori food. Yeah, I mean, is that not a thing that people say? Or are you just messing with me? Like, that means we're going to go leave them alone. Like, we're going to feed them and then we're going to leave them alone. Okay. I'm going to make it a little more difficult for the crows to get their kibble, because we usually feed it as training bits, seeing as I'm not going to be able to do much training with them today. We'll probably wrap it up for them so that they have to work for it somewhat. But we can't do anything too crazy for them because they are so skittish. If you hit a poster of Pokimane, the crows won't be scared of the backpack. I've not heard of that. Is that a joke? Streaming's fun. It's a lot easier than I thought it was going to be. So they don't get bored. Animals really do like to be able to work for their food because that's what they do in the wild. So you can make them like work for their food with training, which is a form of enrichment, as well as like giving them actual like enrichment and things for them to destroy for their food. It helps decrease boredom, is better for them because they're being mentally stimulated. Yeah, it's not because we're like being mean and we're like, you have to work for your food, you're lazy. It's because it is actually really good for them. It's even good for like your dogs and cats, which is like enrichment is something that's kind of in the last few years become a really important practice, like a more like well-known important practice in zookeeping and all that. But I mean, even your dogs and cats and stuff, that's why they have toys, and that's why they have different treats. That's why we train them. Not only is it like helping us, but it's better for them as well. Yeah, beta enrichment. I'm trying to set up a fish tank. I'm very busy right now, but I have a 30-gallon, and I want it to. I would like to do a beta tank. Fully planted beta tank. I need scissors. Listen, chat is giving me content because I can't come up with anything on my own. I haven't learned how to talk, like just talk, you know? So people asking questions and saying stupid things helps. The light is red because I have a heat lamp putting here because I'm cold, because there's no heat in the nut house. Favorite rock? I have a love-hate relationship with limestone. Ooh, wait, actually, oh, it's not in these pants. I found a really cool rock the other day. I was going to show you. Thank you, guys. Show us. This is one of the crows. It's like, kind of like a little tamale. It's the corn husk and it's just their kibble on it and it's rolled up, so they're going to have to pick it apart. I unintentionally showed my living quarters yesterday. My house is a mess currently because I've got school and I have a hard time keeping up with school and myself in terms of how messy I am, so maybe one day when I get my shit together we can go do a one-room house tour. Already leaking. I think the Alveus channel has been around for a while. We've only recently been streaming. This is the Alveus channel. It's not my channel. I guess it's technically owned by Maya since Maya owns Alveus. Oh, yeah, they talked about putting a hole in the wall for the window, or for the dog door, and I was like, why? Why would you do that when we just have, my house has so many windows, too many windows. I don't have time to make my own channel. I also don't think I would stream consistently, because I wouldn't stream Alveus content because I don't want to steal content from Alveus, and that's all I do. True, still better than a dorm. I dreaded the idea of getting a dorm for college, so crows. And then we'll just give them their egg. And I, of course, put all of their... I'm really bad with, like, dishes. I create so many dishes because I'm like, I've done this. I will now put this spoon away. And then I'm like, oh, wait, I'm not finished with this, so I need another spoon because that touched the sink, and the sink is icky. And then I just generate so many dishes from that process. Off, please. There we go. Yeah, I really like having my own bathroom and, like, not having to share a room with anybody, because, like, I'm really messy. Like, I create a mess so quick, like, unintentionally. It just happens. Like, I'd feel bad if I had a roommate and they had, like, a nice tidy room, like, half of their room was tidy, and then on the other side it was, like, actual literal pigsty. That, and, like, imagine, like, a public bathroom and having to wear shoes in your shower so that you don't get foot fungus or an illness. I think, like, in terms of aquatic animals, we would probably eventually end up doing otters. And possibly some sort of crocodilian, but that is, like, really far down the line since, ponds are a lot of work. Georgie's aquatic, semi-aquatic. Yeah, if you're using a communal bathroom at your college, you should probably wear shoes in your shower. Here's the mud pit. for everyone who's asking. It's mostly dry. You can stand on it without it, you know, sinking into 2 inches of mud. There's so many grasshoppers still. Always. We're probably gonna F here in a second. Sorry. Hello. I know. Scary. I'm sorry. Have we F'd yet? Oh man. We're very upset. Hi. Oh my goodness. That's a lot, huh? F. They don't like the backpack. Look. For you. Egg. Very upset. So upset. Oh my gosh. We're gonna take this out. Okay. We're gonna leave them to that. Now we're gonna go see the parrots. We're gonna weigh the parrots today. I'm watching to see if he'll come down. I think he's just still upset that I'm not here. Oh man. We'll come check on them in a little bit to make sure that they've come down and eaten. If not, we might take those toys out. They might just be a little too much. Crow's mad. It's like Ho's mad, the crow's mad. That's not funny. The stone path is really nice. He's still mad. Oh no, there's a horse. I still have carrots in my pocket. There's a goat. Hi, horsey. Look how muddy he is. He's got a stick in his... Oh, he's a whole mess today. He looks like he just got out of bed. For you. Y'all want carrot? Beetle? She just took all that carrot. Odie Goody? No. Oatmeal? Are you? She said no. No carrot. Ow. Goats have pretty sharp teeth. Yeah, chat, I'm standing up right now. What do you mean? Okay. Parrots. 2. Cup. I need a cup. 4 sunflower seeds. Y'all are probably gonna hear a siren. Be loud. I'm apologizing in advance. Okay, this was good chickens. I'll take this down in a bit. Siren's gonna be very loud. Okay, we're gonna go try to weigh the macaws. Well, all the parrots today. Miley wouldn't let me weigh her yesterday. There's just a lot going on. Got to wait on Tico yesterday though. We were worried about his weight because of how cold it's been. We wanted to make sure that it wasn't going down. They have heated boxes in their enclosure, but they weren't the best at using them. They just now have started learning how to use them. But yesterday, it was raining a lot, and we didn't have a way of putting their food in their box for them. So they couldn't come out and eat because of the rain. Best tasting animal food? I mean, probably any chop I've ever made for any animal. Hi! How do we feel today? Okay, what are we up to? Huh? Hi, birds. Tico about to throw hands. Maybe. Might just be that type of day. I'll get in touch with stuff. It's very crowded in here. It's also not really set up for birds currently. It's set up to be a studio. Old toys. See, enrichment. What are you up to? I don't know where the broom is in here. Disappeared. Okay. Water. Sorry. Chat. Bumping you guys into things. I'm not used to having a camera on my shoulder. think I'm gonna find a broom and sweep in here real quick, since it's so dirty. Panda Express's Americanized Chinese food. Did you step here?
Hello.
Hello. Did you come over here? Thank you. The monster. Did you step up? Very nice. Very nice. There you go. Maya says she's ready for sunflower. See? Look at her. The macaws have become a little more outgoing recently. I've got to figure out where I'm gonna weigh them. Here will work. Right now. Pick up the scale. Okay. Hello. Did you step up? Not exactly thrilled. Go up. Miley went up in weight from the last time I remember weighing her. There you go. Okay. Come step up. Good. Over here. Very good. My hand. Oh man. Oh no. There's a little parrot trying to get on my backpack. On the backpack. Sorry, Miley. see Siren over there. So excited. Did you come step up? No, absolutely not. I will not step up. Miley will step up again. Hey man, I don't need you to step up though. You step up? Okay. Come here. Come on. Come on. Can you come up here? Thank you. Would you step up? I don't know if we're going to be able to get Tika to step up today. Yesterday was Miley, today it's Tika. Good bird, Miley. There you go. Ew, okay. We can get weights on the little ones. Siren's even waiting to get weighed. Get her. She's actually just crazy. Come step up. Thank you. If I had the pistachios, which I don't think I grabbed them, I think I could have got. Oh, wait, I have pistachios. What do you weigh? 370? Siren's been going up. And weight. Would you come here? Good bird. There you go. Yeah. Thank you. Come here. There you go. Siren will actually just torment Mia. 454. Good bird. Did you come here? Little scared of the camera? For you. Okay. Alright. Now, we have pistachios. Let's see if we can maybe get Tico to step up. Tico. I don't need you. Here. So take that. Tico, would you step up? It's okay. Miley's gonna take all of your pistachios if you don't. Good to go. No. Dang it. Miley. Yeah, I don't think I'm going to be able to get him today. Without the risk of getting bit or... Look at her. Actually just a monster for sunflower seeds. Hi. Hello. Very polite. We're trying to get her to start chuckling when we say, "What's so funny? What's so funny?" Ha 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 ha. No laughs. She usually starts laughing if she hears laughing. We're trying to get her to do like little kisses, like when we say, "I love you." But she just wants to hello right now. She does a little more, she's a little more vocal when Kayla's here. Kisses? What you doing? She just wants to say hello, because that's easy. Mia, what are you doing? Actually just a monster. She'll chase you down for sunflower seeds. Do you hold that for me, sir? Thank you. Did you step up? Good bird. Let's a little scared of the camera, so we'll just feed it in front of the camera. Make it a positive thing. It's very nice that you're offering to put your foot up, but I'm not giving you any more if you're not going to step up to the scale. Hello. Then I'm going to feed Siren on my hand because she doesn't like me. Will you step up? I need you to step up. Step up. No problems with the camera. What do you think? That's not a sunflower seed, that's a scab. Hello? She's actually just picking a scab off of me. Why are you going down? Can you come here? There you go. Hi! Very nice. Will you come step up here and leave that alone? Hi! Hi! Okay. No more for her. Little parrots. Macaws. Up here. What's that? Elephant ambassador. Elephants would take a lot